Hello. Here, let me zoom in on the thing that I'm supposed to be zoomed in on at the start of the stream. I got ahead of myself switching scenes there. Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome back to Pi. We still don't have enough trains. That's not surprising. So last week, it's been a little bit since we did like a proper Pi stream, because this week on Tuesday I was playing Darkest Dungeon. And then last Thursday, I had a short stream because I was not feeling well. I did not really sleep Wednesday night last week. So Thursday's stream, I was just a zombie and I kind of gave up. But last Thursday, before I gave up, we did manage to get a little bit done. We got capacitors and resistors scaled up a little bit further. So those, hopefully now, will be able to keep up with... what's going on here? Am I just straight up missing an output? Oh, I am. Well, that'll get fixed whenever I go in bot range, I guess. It's just one of them? No, it's two of them. Interesting. Probably something to do with the previous positioning of, like, the high-pressure furnaces for making ceramic up here. But yeah, hopefully these guys running are going to make keeping this electronics running a little bit easier. And that will, real soon now, electronics are what we're waiting on for blue inserters here to start going. Yes. And once we get blue inserters, I do still need to set up orange and green inserters on the mall. That is a problem for future me. The other thing we looked at last week, if I flip us over to YAFC, is new lead/silver processing. And I only vaguely remember what this looks like. Because we kind of have two paths, right? We have to do... We want to make sure that we can always produce both lead and silver. So there's like... And maybe the thing to do is to just do these separate, still do them as separate builds, right? So just have this one be the lead build, which just makes molten lead and lead plate. And then do a separate one that's a new silver build. I mean, also running through the new processes. To get us to better silver. So let's do that. Let's do a new silver tab, because right now I do have separate lead and silver builds. So like we can absolutely maintain that sort of setup. So this is going to bring in lead ore at -15. And we're going to be doing a bunch of the same early processing. And then this is our current silver recipe. We're just doing the silver lead dust right in. We don't want to do that. And we don't want to go to molten lead. That's lead processing 2. So we want this one. So we do the same silver lead pulp processing. And then we can do the silver lead solution. Okay, but this is the recipe that like stinks to do here. because this needs fuel rods. Which, like, we can do, and we did... Oh, that's right. We did some of the work on nuclear already to make producing fuel rods easier, or at least we talked about it. I remember these things now. They didn't end up on my to-do list, which is always a bad sign, because it means that I don't actually know the state of the world. But I think there's a thing here. Yeah, okay. So this is waiting for neutron absorbers, which are getting made somewhere. Yeah. And these are going to get made a little bit slowly because delivering this many small parts is slow. Okay. So that part is fine. I'm refreshing my memory here. I'm remembering what we're doing. So we are going to want to do plutonium-239 spoils after 400 hours. Okay, so I don't care that much about getting it elsewhere. It looks like lead containers are used in multiple things, and not that far into the future. This is Pi-Sci 3 era. I try to just look like one tech into the future. So I think we'll pull lead containers out to their own, like, build. That should be fine. We might have to extend lead antimony alloy. Which we're probably already making molten. Let's double check that. Yep, there's molten lead into antimony. Cool. I mean, besides the fact that we don't have antimony, which is the whole reason we need to do silver. Antimony's blocked on silver. I guess I could try to rejigger it so it's not blocked on the Dow froth anymore. That would mean going back to the previous antimony process. Ugh. I thought once I had fixed my my issues with lead acetate and hydrogen peroxide that we would be fine to upgrade to the better antimony, but the Dow froth is also really wrecking my day because it ultimately depends on silver. I don't remember exactly what it is that it depends on silver for, but it's something. Anyway, if we look at what turning this all into silver means, the other side of this is refined silver lead dust. Refined silver lead dust. I guess to molten silver here. And then to silver plate. And we do want to keep the molten available. So maybe we do keep this as a single unified... I mean, this only makes 1.4 silver a second, which compared to what we had is fantastic, but is still not a lot of silver. And that's why I'm thinking maybe I do this as a separate build, because we might need to push silver up to like 2 belts of input. And then the silver lead solution... Oh, the silver lead solution can just be turned into silver plate. Wait. Refined silver lead dust. Stage 3. Goes to silver lead solution. That's fine. What are we doing here with it? Yeah, we also turn it into silver lead solution 1. Oh, and then 2, 3. Okay, yeah. So I think this is what we want. It just means we need slightly more fuel rods. Which might mean rebalancing this again. Because if we want... Oof. 0.6 a second. We don't actually need 0.6 a second, but let's just see if we try to rebalance it, if we can get... Yeah, this makes extra plutonium-238. So then we actually need to add... Oh, yeah, there's nothing we can do about the extra plutonium-238. It just spoils. Meh. Not until significantly in the future. But it's a very, very small amount. So, whatever. It spoils down. Okay, so this is now saying we need 0 for this recipe, that we just don't run this at all. And we need a grand total of 97 plus 22 is 119? No. Yes. All right, so 119 of these in total. What do we have requested and what do we have here? So down here, where we're doing nuclear, we currently have 8 of them. And up here... That means we need to request 111, and I think we're only requesting like 86. Yeah. So we need more of these just because the ratios of the different things that we're trying to extract are going to be different. Although this is nice that we're now basically only doing these 2 systems because, like, balancing that is easy. You know, all of the 242 and 241 get looped around. Let's get rid of our other spoils. Allow overproduction of 238. And then what can we do with 240? There's this recipe. Well, once we allow overproduction of 238, it... here, get rid of all these uranium recipes. It's making huge amounts of extra 238. Okay. And if we try to pin it down, it gets real sad real fast. It says it can't do it. But if we get rid of this... I mean, I can also add... I mean, I can add all of the spoiling recipes, right? And pin everything. Add the last capture recipe as well. It still really can't quite figure out... Oh, let me add 239 spoiling 2. Now we shouldn't need overproduction anymore. Yeah. Interesting. This is saying now, if I have all of the spoiling available, that it's just not worth trying to... Surely that can't be right. Like, if we have 242 and 241, why not make more 239? Yeah, if I get rid of the 241 spoiling, now it's like, yes, we're fine. If I get rid of the 242 spoiling, okay, we're back to where we were. At 0.028 uranium a second. If we turn on the spoiling again... Wait, 0.0094 without the spoiling. 0.0... What? Oh, it's because we have to make so much plutonium peroxide to do the capture. Okay. Understood. So this is way better. We still have heaps of particle accelerators, but all of the raw plutonium, that's a lot of particle accelerators. But all of the, do we have 5 gigawatts to spare right now, by the way? Is that a thing that I could just do? Supposedly, yes. I don't know how much I trust that, but like, we'll find out. But okay, that makes sense. And then if I do the reprocessing though, if we get rid of like, here, let's turn 241 into, let's get some of the capture recipes added back in. I don't know if that's all of them. Seems to be. So if we get rid of some of the spoiling recipes, yeah, we're down to fewer particle accelerators. But we use a lot more fuel cells because we're doing all this extra stuff. Okay. So what this does, what the neutron capture really does is let us trade off energy usage for raw uranium usage. And like, frankly, at this point, I don't care about raw uranium or raw energy usage, so like, whatever. But let's do this. Let's work smarter, not harder. I like that. So what does that mean? That means that this whole thing needs to be redone for what we're actually going to need here. Which is a total of 1 mixer. We've already got that. 2 plus 4 is 6 centrifuges. And we currently have... what? Just 2 of them? So we need 4 centrifuges. Sorry. 4 centrifuges. We need 1 more here and 3 more here, so that'll be 4. Evaporators are still 1. Particle accelerators, we're going to go up to 5. So we need 4 more particle accelerators. Here, let's start getting this figured out. So... centrifuge, we need 4 more. Particle accelerators, we need 4 more. And then nuclear samples is fine. And then everything else is just figuring out the decay chains of, like, the things that we don't need. So all of these... Like, we get uranium-235 from spoiled plutonium-239, although 239 should basically never spoil. Right, it decays in... what? ...400 hours. But, like, U-235 is a thing that we can loop back to our uranium processing if we were so inclined to try to figure that out. But otherwise, I think that just decays into, yeah, uranium oxide. 234 decays to uranium oxide. All right. The americium we can't do anything about. And this is where maybe it is worth saying we don't want to let the 241 decay, and we want to reprocess that. But U-238 also just decays. Yeah. So the plutonium-242, all of the plutoniums except 241 just decay into uranium products, and 2 of those are actually useful to make more fuel cells. I mean, if we took our 235 and we said... Oh, well, that's from the 239, and we're using all of our 239. So, right, I can uncheck that box. Yes. So we don't actually have any 235, we just have 238. Okay. That is fine. But let's get rid of this, and we say we want to neutron capture the 241. And just the 241. Because that's the one that turns into hot garbage. Because we can't do anything with the americium. But here, yes, we're letting a bunch of these plutonium products, especially the 240 and the 242, potentially decay, but like... eh. So this does end up requiring more plutonium peroxide, which means we're pulling in more uranium fuel cells, which I don't love. But it prevents us from ending up with this just, like, unusable nuclear waste product. So I do think it's worth doing just this much reprocessing. Everything else, because they're just random uranium isotopes, frankly, I don't care. It's ash. We're done. So it's just the 241 and the 242 that we need to reprocess. That's a total of 74 neutron absorbers. We do now need a total of 12 centrifuges. Okay. So that means we want 10 extra centrifuges. We only need 3 particle accelerators in that case, because we already have 1. And we need a total of 74 neutron absorbers when we have... how many down here? 6 or 8? 8. So we need 66 more neutron absorbers. Okay. And there are... actually very close to 66 available. Cool. So we do have, like, all of those done. Particle accelerators we're waiting on. Let's double check if there's anything else that's going to be different. I don't think there is as far as all of these steps go. Like, the mixer is still fine. If we need we need 0.02 fuel cells. This makes 0.033. We only need 1 breeder reactor. That's fine. Yeah. The U-238 from this, because nuclear processing is kind of all one big build down here, what I will probably do is we can send the U-238 from whatever plutonium isotopes spoil into U-38 just right out to, well, I guess we send all the uranium isotopes over here, right? And they eventually decay into whatever they need to decay into. Where are you getting... Oh, 0 is less than 15, of course. Duh. I'm like, why do you think there's U-238 over here? But that's why. But that system, I believe, is balanced around consuming all of its 235, and it's the 238 that's always in excess, yes. So the U-238 that we get from plutonium decay is also just a waste product. All right. So yeah, we will run just this one type of loop, which makes a little more 239 for us, which is fine. But the main reason to do this is because the plutonium-241 decay is to this americium-241, and I can't do anything with that. So rather than try to do anything with it, we're just going to do this. So that's the build. Let's, and that gets us enough, that gets us enough plutonium-239 to make these fuel rods, and I said I wanted to move the lead container build out to its own tab, because we are going to need these within the next tier of science, right? That's PySci 3, I believe. So we'll set up lead containers as their own build. Pull that off here. That's just an input. And then apparently a whole belt of coke, which is cool. I wonder if I should centralize graphite production. I'm making graphite in a bunch of places. And, like, I could probably set up a central graphite place that can run a few belts of coal into graphite. It would be a huge build, though. I wonder if I could do, like, a dedicated, like, red-hot coke into graphite build that can spit out a couple of belts of... That's really the problem, now that I think about it, is we probably have a couple of belts of graphite consumption. And right now, because we have so many different places that coke comes from, having that graphite production distributed, like, helps the overall logistics, because we don't have any throughput bottlenecks at, like, one train station. If I wanted to try to centralize graphite, then we're trying to make, 4 belts of graphite or something, and get that loaded onto trains fast enough, and... I think if it was anything but graphite, we would want to do that. But because coke is such a distributed ingredient, I don't think it helps us to centralize it. Does that make sense to everybody? I hope so. Okay, so when we look at lead here... it's really just the allocation of the silver lead solution, I think. I mean, besides that, it is like 42.9 or something like that. And there we go. Yeah, and that's the 1.7 whatever. Yeah. Within a rounding error, yes. So I think what we do is we do a single build. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do one build or not, but now that it's just like one fork. Before I was thinking there were a couple of different places where I had to do it differently, but I think that's because I was looking at turning refined silver dust into molten silver and then into silver plate, and that's actually worse silver plate yields than just turning it into silver lead solution. Now, that does mean we don't get molten silver. And maybe that's something that we need to think about. Like, do we need molten silver in the foreseeable future? Silver zinc alloy in alloy smelting 5. That's way down the line. Photovoltaic 3. No. Okay, that just makes silver plate. Better solder recipe, also a while away. Better solder recipe now. But frankly, silver... Why would I want to do... I mean, maybe this comes out better in terms of lead ore. I'd have to run the math, but... All right, so if we assume we don't need molten silver, then we can absolutely just turn the refined silver lead dust back into silver lead solution 1 here. And then this is where we fork in the road to either make silver plate or the rest of the process down to molten lead and lead plate. And if that's the case, then I think we do this as one build, bringing in 2 belts of ore. We unify our current place where we're doing silver and lead processing. And we allow... Yeah, that's just one advanced foundry still, although 0.9 fuel rods. Ouch. So now that's 1 a second plutonium-239. What does that get up to for this? I mean, a little bit more of everything, right? A bunch more neutron absorbers to take care of the 241. Is that a better recipe instead of 175 for that one, 122 for this one? Okay. 7.72 plutonium peroxide a second. 13.8. Yeah, no. This one for sure. Okay. So we have to scale up a little bit more. We need 18 centrifuges, 5 particle accelerators, 122 neutron absorbers, and I think a couple more scrubbers. And this is just getting us to the point where, in theory, we could direct all of the output of this into silver, which is silly. We would never actually do that. And maybe I should just leave it at the half scale, right? Which would be like 42.85. Because, yeah, then we're back to having this at the scale of like 0.6. Yeah, 0.4 is slightly too small, so we'll say 0.6. Yeah, and 0.6. Okay. So in theory, and especially since we're actually making 0.6 fuel rods a second, this will potentially consume a little bit more and be able to make a little bit more silver plate. But we'll never have enough fuel rods for silver to suck down everything. And that's fine. And then we probably want to build the lead processing so that it can do everything, though. So, like, these steps... well, I mean, it's basically just one machine at each of these steps anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But this will be the silver and lead. We just have to remember to add one more advanced foundry to the recipe, to the entities. Shopping list, export to blueprint as a requester warehouse. So this is what, 122. Let's go back to nuclear for a second. Oh, no. That's right. I decided not to scale this up. So this should all be correct. 1.25. Oh, the filter's making the phosphorus acid. I didn't double check. Or the scrubber's making... We need one more scrubber. Yeah, that's fine. Let's add that to this requester as well. So what do we need for more particle accelerators to happen? Advanced small parts. What do we need for advanced small parts to happen? They are happening. All right. Just slowly. I don't remember where the requester for advanced small parts is. I assume we do have one, though. Yeah, here we go. Advanced small parts. Oh, cool. And we actually just got a train of them, so... The bots should be delivering those up to this build any moment now. Yep, on the way. 30 advanced small parts. Cool. So then the other things that we're going to need, if we're kind of going through this whole chain of prepping for everything here, our current uranium fuel cell is big enough. We're doing enough with a single particle accelerator here. We have to redo the nuclear sample build. That's fine. We have to do the fuel rod build, which is 9 high-pressure furnaces and 3 factories. So let's grab that as a blueprint. Love it. It's so great to see this thing actually, like, working and various products actually just being built. And then the other thing we need is we need to make lead containers over here. And maybe we just do this. Yeah, fuel rods are a major pain early on, for sure. But this will be fine. Something we do have to keep in mind about silver, about this, is that this needs lead antimony alloy, and we need silver for antimony. Actually, let's Out of curiosity. .9 silver plates a second. Although we only need 0.6 of these, I guess, technically. Less than that, but we'll say 0.6. So 0.55, we're gonna be making... oh, no, wrong thing. It was like, what, 42.85 is like half of it? 1.7 a second? All right. So, nearly a third of our silver gets looped right back around into the process of making the silver. Yikes. Seems like a good reason to include the molten silver route just to reduce container production. Yeah, that is a possibility. So if we do that, that would be refined silver dust to molten silver here to silver plate. And we'll fix that one. And then the other side, the silver lead solution. And we still want to allow this to, like, potentially run the whole thing at the 42.85. Oh, that makes a lot more... Oh, of course, because we're making a lot more silver lead dust. I'm like, why is this, like, twice as much as I thought it would be? But yeah, that gives us this route where, like, if we need molten silver or silver plate, and what we should probably do is, like, if we think about how we want to prioritize this, if we prefer doing refined silver lead dust to molten silver, and then prefer silver lead solution to molten silver and to lead, then we should still end up with actually about the same amount of silver, because this is, when you take the 0.55 out that we need here, we're very close to the same amount. And then whichever one of those ends up with more demand, and it will be silver, we can... It'll flip, right? Both systems will be able to run either way. Okay. What that means as far as this build goes is that in addition to all this stuff, we need one more basic oxygen furnace. We need one more casting unit. And we need one advanced foundry and a heat source. So let's get those added to the requester chests up here. All right, so that's everything we actually are going to need for the silver lead build, I think. see like 26 automated screeners. I see... Let me double check. Did I export this when I... Yeah, 26 automated screeners. Yes, I did export it after I had decided to do 2 belts in. So that's all correct there. And that stuff has been delivered. We can't actually build that yet. We're still waiting on the tech. This is for fuel rods, which we can very nearly do. And then lead containers are really just a few automated factories. So let's just throw a few more automated factories in this. And that'll also be for that. I have no idea what 11 high-pressure furnaces is for. Is that the bigger carbonyl sulfide build? I suspect that's the bigger carbonyl sulfide build. Because I didn't take good notes the last time I played. Yeah, there's currently 4, and Yafsi says I want 15. So yes, that's the bigger carbonyl sulfide build. And then propene looks okay. That's 5 gasifiers currently. And I'm not using propene for... Well, am I currently using propene for acetone somewhere? No, I don't... Did I get rid of my old acetone build already? No, I just don't have it in Yafsi. All right, well, this uses, what, 20 propene a second? Spits out acetone. But this is only going to run, like, secondarily from cumene distillation now. Because cumene distillation should be flagged as... It's not flagged as the high priority acetone source. Okay. Should it be? I mean, I think yes. So let's add a combinator for that. Oh, no. Yes, it is. Yes, it is flagged as high priority. Oh, no, that's the phenol. Acetone is not. Actually, I should probably just flag this as a low priority acetone source. Do it the other way around. Which I know is like a distinction without a difference when we only have 2 builds, but that way if I do have anything that makes acetone as a byproduct, it doesn't get interfered with by this also being set to high priority, to priority 1. We'll set this one instead to priority -1. Which has the same effect when there's only 2 stations, but as soon as there's a 3rd one, it can change how things work. So, what is the to-do list? I guess we can grab the furnaces to do the carbonyl sulfide rebuild. Like, that's an easy thing to change right away. We've got a pile of stuff to do for lead and silver here, so it doesn't really matter what we jump on first, ultimately. But it's going to take a while for the nuclear stuff to be ready to go. Like, we just have to wait for a lot of... Oh, no, it's done. Cool, the nuclear is ready to go as well. Awesome. That's ready to go. Okay, never mind. Everything's ready to go. So we can just start working on all of the builds we need here. I haven't built the Z3... No. But Z3 reagent is just like phosphorus acid, carbonyl sulfide, and methanol here. This is just saying, let's just make carbonyl sulfide a stupid big build because we can. Just scale it to a belt of sulfur and be done, and that way whatever else I need to do with it, I can do with it. Because like it's also used in rayon, whatever else. So we're going to get this scaled up to this full scale here. Propene is already at the scale we need. We do still need to do Z3 reagent. And then as far as the lead processing goes, I mean, this gets weird because we're doing potentially multiple products and things like that, but we'll, if I switch this, yeah, we can see how much Z3 reagent we are actually going to use. But yeah, one methanol reactor makes 100, so we're fine. And this build should hopefully be way overscale for our current, like, lead, especially our current lead demand, because I think we're meeting lead demand. It's really silver that I care about getting out of an upgraded build. But we're not ever going to be running, like, 3 1/4 casting units, right? This will be, like, at most 2 casting units. But we do have a lot of demand for molten lead. Both our lead antimony alloy is molten lead, solder is molten lead, so it's fine if we're making much more molten lead than we actually cast down into lead plates. All right. And then I think realistically, we'll probably be done with all of these builds before we have the lead and silver techs done. And at that point, we will, we'll spend some more time working on rails, I think, which I know is not like super exciting content, just running around letting the bots lay rail, but it's got to happen. So we'll do it. So for now, let's grab those. Let's add a methanol reactor request for the Z3 reagent. Oh, there's already a methanol well. I'll grab that when it's time to do that build. My inventory's a little snug. And, like, it's nice to be able to look at my inventory and be like, okay, I have these buildings. What do I... what am I actually setting up for? And when I grab, like, 3 or 4 different builds simultaneously, I'm like, okay, I have 30 high-pressure furnaces. I have no idea how many of those I'm supposed to be using for this build versus for something else. All right, so over here... somewhere. Here we go. Just let these finish. There we go. So, if I'm going to have, like, 15 of these, which is a whole belt, it's like a belt and a half of total input. And I don't have a ton of space, so it's, I guess, just going to end up with a bunch of them in a line here. which, like, is fine. That is unacceptable. Okay, if I can't just, like, drag and place and erase things, I need to clear the trees a little bit. And, oh, Twitch is telling me that it's going to be ad break o'clock real soon. As always, I just run one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, and I try to step away, get a little bit more water, stretch my legs during the break, so you guys don't have to miss anything while the break is going. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back, we will finish this new upgraded carbonyl sulfide build, and we'll figure out... I mean, we got just a stack of these intermediate builds to do on the way to upgraded silver. So we'll just grab the next one off the queue and jump right on it. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, let's finish this build. We've got, this will be output. Just copy and pasted right up top here. I think, sure. Something like that should be fine. And then the other side of this is going to need to be bringing in the solid inputs. Let's redo this station. With inventory is, oh, yeah, because I picked up the, of course I did. 1 second, I'm an idiot. Oh, and also disconnect that. Cool. Well, that's going to get confused real soon. I wanted to have this switched over to... Oh, I don't have this as a blueprint, and I really should make this a blueprint. I can rebuild it from scratch if I need to. I'm just trying to think of where I might have it. Did I do it at trees, or is trees still using the old design? Yeah, this is using the old design with combinators. Somewhere, I figured out I was a better design for using stack inserters when you have multiple inputs. I'm just not sure where I put it. Everything down here is fairly low volume, so I don't think it would be down here. I might just rebuild it. And then fail to copy and paste it again, because I'm like that. Yeah, I can't just search for stack inserters. All right. Let's just... let's just redo it from scratch. It's fine. So, the issue is these guys need to all be set like this. Read belt contents, hold, and then this one sets filters. There we go. And that should do the right thing now. So that when these guys end up with a partial stack of... Oh, yeah, and this is just wrong. There we go. Yeah, that way these guys will always empty their hand. That's what we want. So, then down here... this is... sulfur... And then next we will have the coal, which is just half a belt. Actually, all of these blue inserters could probably be yellow inserters here, couldn't they? Because it's 15 items into 15. Yeah, it's just 1 a second. So yes, these absolutely. Oop, nope, that was wrong. And power. And last, coal here. And this is just half a belt, so we don't have to be as picky with it. There we go. That should be carbonyl sulfide at scaled to a whole belt of sulfur in. Woohoo. Oh, this takes prod modules. Interesting. I mean, none of these are expensive inputs, I don't think. Nah. None of these are expensive inputs, so, like, I'm not super worried about prodding this right now, but it's good to know that I can, I guess. Alright, so that's the carbonyl sulfide done. The next thing is going to be the Z3 reagent itself. And then we've got to do lead containers, fuel rods, and the nuclear refactor. I guess I'll grab the stuff for all of those builds, because we're going pretty far away from the mall for that. So Z3 reagent, all the nuclear stuff, and this is lead containers and fuel rods put together. All right. And this is for the actual lead silver build, and we're not doing that just yet. How is this doing up here? Has stuff gotten unmarked for construction again? So far, no. I am impressed at how far the bots have gotten with this. I mean, I know it's been probably tens of hours at this point since I set that, but, like, considering that I literally just, like, made a garbage dump and have been letting the bots drop stuff into it, it's been surprisingly effective at getting all this stuff cleared out. Okay. Inventory is full. I mean, except for blue inserters, because it's always blue inserters. How close are we to blue inserters on this mall, by the way? We've got to be close. Now? No train. Why no train? Do I not have the request set correctly? It's entirely possible that I did not set that request right. Electronics Mark 1. Yeah, I never set a request. Jeez, okay. I'm bad at this game. Let's see. Do any of these ones over here have room? That has 4 items in it. This has 5. Is it 5 that we can fit in one? Yes, okay. 5 here, yep. 2 for this one because it's an output belt situation. 5 here. 2 here because it's on belts. This one's on belts, so it's just 2. This one, then. Ends up with electric engine units and mechanical parts. Sure. Really? Nexalite plate? I decided not to put Nexalite plates on belt? Alright, that's a choice. I mean, I can always change it later, right? I can shuffle around which of these things are hooked up to different different stations pretty easily, so. Alright, but that should now be like, yeah, there's no electronics in storage, that's fine. We should have a train dispatched that will bring the first Electronics Mark 1 up here. Excellent. And that should be all that this needs. Yes. I guess if I was feeling like I wanted these ratios, I would do this. And then this is set to read contents. This is set to 1.5 thousand inserters. How many is that? I don't know. I think that's 500, so it would be 3 lines. Okay, that's fine. 30 stacks is fine. Cool. Let's head down south, because we've got nuclear to refactor. That's going to be a whole thing. And then we've got to set up fuel rods, lead containers, and Z3 reagent. And I'm going to do all of that, I don't know, down here somewhere. And then lead will probably end up here next to tin, because that's as good a spot as any. Is it just like due south of here? It's pretty much just due south of here. And we can also fix the inserters on ceramic capacitors that I noticed at the start of the stream when I was kind of reminding myself of the state of the world. And we will we'll get those fixed. And then, as I said earlier, once we kind of have our everything done and we're just waiting for science to be able to do lead and silver, I want to take some time to work on the rail network. We'll expand, from this path that we started doing over here. But we can also take some time and make some changes to some blueprints, because there's some things that I'm doing regularly, especially with my train stations, that I want to not have to do manually as much anymore. Like, I think it would be nice to have fluid stations set up with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many in total I decide to go up to, inputs, and be able to like set those as inputs. Maybe same with solid requests. And then also the some of the bulk stations where I'm using orange inserters. All right, well, I'm here, so let's do nuclear stuff. So antimony phosphate, we're going to need 4 machines doing antimony phosphate in total. And then above that, we're going to need 8 in total doing plutonium peroxide. And then the evaporator here is still just 1 evaporator, because apparently that's fine. Oh, I didn't get this second. There we go. Plutonium peroxide out. Sorry, had to mute to sneeze there for a second. All right, we're going to change this, because this is doing direct insertion to here. This whole thing needs to get changed, honestly. But we're going to have 3 of these guys now. Right? 4. And then everything up here. Oh boy, what a mess. Okay. We're just gonna... We're going to end up with so much weird plutonium stuff in our inventory. And, like, everything up here is weird. Those pipes can keep going up that way. Everything here comes apart, I think is how this works. So this is going to output like all the different plutonium isotopes, and we are going to have to sort them. So I do still think that it ultimately comes into like one of these guys. What's our total? Can I do this in YAFC? Show total input output. 1.28 items a second. All right, so that is a yellow. Or even a blue. Pardon me. How's power? Yeah. Uh-huh. So that comes to here. We have 74 neutron absorbers, which is just so many neutron absorbers. And they're not exactly small buildings. They do pass the boric acid through, though, which is cool. All right, so let's get... It's 37. Yeah, this is going to get right up into this, unless I do it a little bit differently. And by differently, I mean vertically. So if we do it vertically, this is going to have to move. That's probably fine. So we're going to have... Which absorption is this? 241, 242 to 239, 240. This one. Okay, so that really doesn't work. So we do something like this, and then output on, like, here. And then we'll power each of them individually, just because I don't want to deal with the tiling. So this is going to be taking out, what are the two types? 241 and 242 in very small quantities. And this should be enough to consume all of the 241. Which does technically spoil. It takes a very long time, but it does technically spoil. The 242 spoils after a slightly shorter time, so like... At the very end of this, I should have like a filtered inserter or whatever 242 spoils into. Uranium-238. And then the outputs of this... come all the way down here. Everything can just feed right back into this thing. All right, these need the boric acid now. So let's get that figured out, and then we'll figure out the plutonium peroxide. And let's see. We're just using iron pipes here because that is what is already here. And I don't want to mess with it. It works. All right. This ended up making a bunch of plutonium oxide here, just because while these weren't set up, there was no other path for the plutonium peroxide, so these guys weren't triggering whatever they needed to trigger. But now that these are all starting to run, this is not going to overflow as much to here. And then the outputs from this are still our outputs, right? So we have to have... this is the 239. Or no. 238. And then the 239 we need to deal with. And we also do still need to put back the phosphorus acid reprocessing. That's what these pipes and these belts are. But I think right here is where I'm going to put the 239 output. So let's pull all this back down a little bit further. Let's grab a solid pickup. All right. So this will be the 239, and because this decays, we're going to do this. The 239 decays into what? Uranium, that's not helpful. 235. And actually, we want to feed that back into, like, other stuff. If we have spare 235, I think we feed that right down here, because that's useful. All right, so spare 235. Comes, whoops, that was way too far. All the way down here. So this is basically anything that comes from plutonium-239 that we don't use, that decays into uranium-235. It gets fed into this system, and it will show up as uranium-235 in the network, and will cause this to want to try to process more U-238 out of the system, to turn that into fuel cells, etc., etc. And that is plutonium-239, which we make at a total rate of like 0.6. Yeah, it's enough I'll use a yellow inserter. It doesn't really matter. And I guess I can hand deliver that over here, can't I? The other thing... Yeah, we're going to have... Also going to have U-238, U-234, and U-236 that potentially are sitting around here. Those are going to come out on a blue inserter just because I need to be able to set enough filters. But the 234, 236, $238. All of those get fed right over here with the rest of our decaying uranium to just turn into uranium oxide, which is kind of wasteful, but we don't have a use for those isotopes yet. When we do have a use for them, we'll do something with them. But for now, they go in the pile. So that's all those isotopes, and I guess I can whitelist here also uranium-235, right? Since that's the decay product of the 239. Like, we just pass... If, for some reason, U-235 were to happen in here, which it shouldn't ever do, it would get forwarded here and then immediately sent out. Now here we've got plutonium-239 that comes over, which, do we even deal with the decay products of 239? We don't. So what is 239, or sorry, the 238? Decays into 234. All right. So we got to take care of that down here, potentially, with uranium-234 here. The reason we weren't dealing with this before was because our only possible isotope output was the 238, and we were using it immediately to make nuclear samples. So we didn't actually have to we should have 74 of those. 74, beautiful. How do we have 75 inserters for 74? Where did I screw it up? Oh, right, because there's one up at the top. Of course. Duh. That's the uranium out. Which I guess we can just feed into this system. Yeah, that's fine. We just feed it right back into this, and then we don't worry about it. So this will end up with some extra of the 242 on this belt, but eventually it'll just decay into 238. It'll get sent back into here, and then it'll get sent up the 238 waste path to our main, like, uranium oxide dump. And that's fine. So I think it's just the antimony phosphate reprocessing that we need to turn back on now. Everything else looks fine. Fine, quote unquote. So let's get that figured out. And then I think we're done with messing with this part of the nuclear. So that's 2 scrubbers. Let's do it right over here. And what's the recipe called? It's called phosphorus acid, because of course it is. And the other input is, yeah, the plastic bar. Outputs antimony oxide and plastic bars, which get put right back into the system. Yeah, I remember this now. All right, there's the plastic in. And then we're going to have our output here, which is the phosphorus acid. And also, I mean, our 2 outputs are fine to just kind of combine. All right, and then these pipes all kind of need to be... We got to figure out how we're getting all this stuff from here over to here, which is not going to be the cleanest in the whole wide world. But I don't think it's going to be, like, atrocious. And then we've got to bring in the plastic. Yeah, this is going to be the less fun part because, you know what? Oh, I don't have any with me. Darn it. I was going to say, I have red undergrounds available now. I can solve this problem. But turns out I don't actually have red undergrounds available right now. I don't have them with me, and I don't want to go all the way up to the mall. So we'll do some spaghetti and we'll deal. There's the output. And the input, I guess, is probably, like, in the same general path, isn't it? That should just work. There we go. Do I love it? No, but it works. How much plastic feeds into that? 0.4 a second? Yeah, that's fine. All right, and getting this reprocessed now should unblock everything down here that's blocked on various bits and pieces of whatever. Yeah, these are starting to turn on again. Correct. Concentrate is running. Yeah, these are running. Cool. And then the phosphorus acid out needs to come over to here. Where's that pipe currently? Up here. Okay. Let's see if we can route that through, like, here somewhere. All right. Phosphorus acid out. Oh, that should be the whole thing redone. Do I have that listed as using prod modules? No. I could prod this, though, and get back a little extra antimony and a little extra plastic and a little extra acid. Why not? May as well. We have the capacity for it. Like, these two machines is more than enough capacity to do everything we need to do down here. So now we just have to throw all these isotopes in here that were stored before. There's the 239. And then the 240 and the 242 is going to decay. And the 241... we make more 242 than we make 241. So this will all be processing all of the 241 and 242, and as much of the 242 as it can into 239 and 240. The 239 is a useful product. The 240 just decays. And it'll take a little while for all of these machines to turn on, obviously. It's a very long recipe. You can see each of these guys grabbing as the belt makes its way further up. But I think that's it. I think that's nuclear redone so that we can get 239. We're definitely going to be using more raw whatever out of the system. But our overall consumption, if we double check YAFC, this says 0.02 uranium fuel cells in, and 1 particle accelerator is 0.033. So we should be good there. I don't think we have to extend any of this. I don't think we need to turn on a second particle accelerator here. And then any 239 that does happen to decay into uranium-235, we just loop back around and we put back into fuel cells because U-235 is useful. And then, yeah, because we have so much 241 sitting around right now, all of these machines are sort of they're just starting up and they're buffering with their plutonium peroxide and everything, but eventually we will... I guess I should make this handle. It shouldn't happen, but let's do that. That way, if somehow we do get any decay in here, it will eventually end up getting moved off the end of the belt. It shouldn't happen because we actually only need 73.1 neutron absorbers, and we have 74, and the absorbers are prioritized for the plutonium peroxide. So these should always be able to run, and they can run slightly faster than they need to. So we, in theory, won't ever back up on the 241. We should always be able to get rid of it as quickly as we make it. And even, you know, right now it's 10,000 hours before it actually decays, right? So, like, whatever. Dealing with the americium is more of a theoretical problem than but I mean, if we weren't reprocessing this into 239, then we'd just have plutonium 241 stacking up, and that's also a problem. So, like, you know, I'm worried about the 242 with its, like, 100-hour and the 240. So we might need to try to get rid of those. If we say 242 and 240 can't spoil and start adding neutron capture recipes. Okay, it will balance. We need a lot more machines doing neutron capture. And we need huge amounts of fuel cells to make all that plutonium peroxide. Yeah, this is like 4 times as much uranium consumption as we're currently making. This is a bonkers amount of... We're not doing this. So for now, we're just going to accept that we're going to be building up a lot of 242 and 240, and we're going to hope that we can... deal with that. Eventually we'll get better ways of reprocessing those. But the neutron capture reprocessing is very much a temporary solution. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to end up with a lot of this. I mean, it doesn't make that much per second, right? We're making, 0.3 per second, which means we make a stack in what? Yeah, stack every 5 minutes. How many slots does this have? 160 stacks? So really 80 because I'm doing that for each one. This will fill up in like 6 or 7 hours at the current rates. So, yeah, we might need to invest in more recycling then. Or figure out what the next ways to use like plutonium 240 are. Like, so yeah, neutron capture. Yeah, not until nuclear power stage 2 can we start to do, like, particle or neutron moderator stuff. That's way out. That's past prod. So that may as well not exist. .242 turns into Fuel Rod Mark II in late chem. Okay, so the 242 at least I can use. So it's just the 240 that I maybe need to worry about. Yeah, here we go. Nuclear power 1 is, and I'm assuming this is somewhat useful. Yeah, Fuel Rod Mark IIs. There we go. Not late chem, early Pi-Sci 3, but yeah. .242. Autotech moved it to Pi 3. Oh, Autotech. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, so maybe we just need the 240. Processed, not the 242. Which, if we look at that, I think that actually makes it worse, because then we're spoiling 1.6242 a second. Yeah, it does make it worse. Yeah, so processing the 241 down does reduce our total waste product. Trying to do the 240 or the 242 seems to make it worse. So I think I'm at kind of the right point as far as it being not awful, not wasting too much plutonium products on neutron capture here. And yeah, the 242 will be useful soon. The 240, I don't know. I mean, soon, quote unquote. Within the next 100 hours or so. Yeah, here we go. If these are starting to fill up on their plutonium peroxide, and that means that we're getting more of this running again. Sweet. I think it's going to take just a little while for all of this to kind of figure itself out. There was a lot of buffered antimony phosphate and Purex concentrate, so it's taken a little while for these guys to drain it. And since I put the prod modules on them, they're not quite as over. We're low power. Ha ha ha. Okay. That's not a surprise. Saw that one coming a mile away. Oh, this isn't at full capacity. I still need 5 more biomass power plants up here. Okay. Oops. Yeah, we need to fix that. Obviously, this is not going to run at full capacity. Okay, let me see if I could find those biomass power plants. But that'll be when we come back from the ad break. It's been another hour. I'm going to grab a little bit more water, step away for just a moment so I'm not sitting still for hours and hours on end. Recommend you do the same during the ad break. Take care of yourselves as human beings. Posture check, hydration check, all those good things. And when we come back, we should get these guys going. And also figure out why we're not getting enough. Oh, this is definitely not right. Something's broken here. So we'll have to figure out what went wrong here, because this is all way backed up. So we'll have to fix this power plant. I'll see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Okay, what's going on here? It seems like we just have way too much biomass, and I don't know why. What does YFC tell me? Nope. Do I not have this in YAFC? Did I give it some name that's useless? Geothermal 2. No, that's not helpful. Alright, apparently I don't have this in YAFC. So I guess we're gonna rebuild this sheet, and then we're gonna try to figure out what's wrong with it. So we make electricity, and we're making that electricity from High pressure steam turbine, Mark II. That is coming from this pressurized steam at 2000 degrees, which is made from 5 heat exchangers, yes. Hot molten salt from, here we go, these guys, 20 biomass power plants. Our fuel is fiber, 12.5 a second, which we do from this recipe. That doesn't seem right. Oh, these have efficiency modules in them. There we go. Now that's right. All right, the biomass gets turned into ash. Two wood processing units there, that's correct. Okay, logs are made with the CO2, ash, and muddy sludge recipe. Four of them, yes. We link up ash, and now we have too much biomass, so some of that goes to CO2. Oh. Is that our issue? No, because we haven't started making... Wrong soil recipe. Because we also need to be making the tree seedlings. And then that needs moss, and we're using which moss recipe? The one that uses muddy sludge and CO2, but not stone. So this one. And now if we link the CO2, I'm actually surprised that that works. But we're also making a little bit this way, right? We have a moondrop greenhouse set up. And that's set up with a top-up valve. So this should be able to consume all of its biomass. But it is not. Are we stuck with something kind of being in a weird loop somehow? Like... This seems like it's unclogging itself, actually, slowly but surely. I wonder if I could fix this with just, like, a little buffer chest here for ash. Like, if that would be enough to give the whole system a little more flexibility. Because that would let all of these turn on, and that would unblock all of this and let all of these turn on, and then that would get the ash demand actually running. Like, part of the problem here is that all of this is backed up on the biomass, right? Like, we're in a We're like almost deadlocked. All right. Anyway, we do need 5 more of these biomass power plants and 10 efficiency modules to go with them. So let's find those. See if we have some in storage somewhere. We do not. Okay. Do we have efficiency modules in storage somewhere? I'm currently holding 42 of them. Is that true? Okay, it's true. So we need to put the biomass power plants into the new mall because apparently we don't have them available. So let's do that. I think we should have everything around to be able to make these now, I hope. Certainly it seems like this can get everything it needs. So yeah, those will get made. We actually don't need to make the tier 1 plants, which is good. So those will get made, so I'll be able to get those over here, and that'll at least help this thing turn on to full power. But, like, realistically, I don't know if that's our... Yeah, that's not okay. It looks like if this thing was running continuously, we would probably be fine, because we're fine when it runs. So... I think we want to get those 5 plants set up, and then I am going to put a chest in here just to give us a little breathing room on this part of the loop. And I think those 2 things together should be good enough, hopefully, to really fix power. And then we'll come back down here and check things out after that, but looks like... Yeah, it looks like plutonium peroxide is starting to back up now, which means that this should be kind of... It has started to catch up on its... You know, maybe what I should do is just loop this through. And then run everything through here at decayed first, and I do fresh first here. I guess it doesn't really matter, but... Yeah. So this will just, like, loop, which is fine. As long as there's enough inserter capacity here. Basically, we'll just always have the 241 and 242 coming up here at whatever rate it loops around. And this should also help because of sort of decay averaging. We should end up with some... you know, as long as we are always pushing out the most decayed stuff, and the most decayed stuff occasionally gets used here, then we'll always be making it, like, a little more recent. which means that any 241 that we have in the loop will theoretically never actually decay to the americium. Or at least will take a lot longer before it does accumulate enough of it that it can decay. We're using decay averaging to our advantage. How are we doing here? None of those have been made yet. What does it need? Oh, it's getting there. Okay. What are we missing? We're missing neuroprocessors. Okay. So we need more neuroprocessors. Are those being requested anywhere right now? No. All right. We just have to add them to our list here. Now, yeah, we get a dispatch for them. And that is what we need for this to run. All right. In that case, since we're waiting for a train delivery and some other stuff, and yes, power's right on the cusp right now, but let's just make it worse. I don't think there's any point going up there until it's actually ready for us. So I think what we can do is work on... let's get the Z3 reagent build done. And then also, like, the lead containers and the fuel rods done. I mean, I guess down here is a reasonable place for all of that. I kind of have to decide, like, if I'm going to be doing more ore processing along this line here, and we're going to have these places that have all of these stations because they have a bunch of different weird inputs and outputs and byproducts, which is just how ore processing is, then, like, most of the things down here are only going to be kind of mid-long. And then we have this kind of space here. And I wonder if what I should do is if we switch this to like a trumpet here and then like a corner here, we can go across here and then have spaces to go south right here. We could maybe even do it right across here, but that doesn't give us any additional length in this area if we need it for, you know, if we need more than a dozen stations on a single ore processing. Like lead, what does lead need? So lead has 1, 2, 3, 4, but also molten lead is 5, silver plate is 6, molten silver is 7, so we're already up to 7 stations just in outputs. The lead ore is a single input, so that's 8 input stations. All the fluids is 1 input station, so that's 9. Casting stuff is probably just 1 station, so 10. Okay. So maybe a dozen slots is quote unquote fine. Maybe. Because if a dozen slots is fine, then we can you know, go down, again, I think 1 level, just to give us a little more breathing room around the ends of these. And then we can reclaim some of this space that's going to be here. And especially, like, in between these. So let's do that. So that is here. All of this, basically. Yeah, and that gives us a little bit more breathing room up top here. And then, like here, we actually can just go south right here. We have space to work here, and we can get in the, I mean, it doesn't really matter if we do the Z3 reagent first or one of the other things, but... Although, there's a bunch of rocks here, so maybe we don't want to do anything here just because all the rocks are going to be in the way. That's fine. You get the idea of what I was going for, even though this place doesn't actually work because of all the mineral rocks there. So let's do right here. Whoop, did I accidentally deconstruct a radar? Seems like the answer is yes. Yeah, and that's just the right length that we have kind of 2 of these standard, like, 6-station segments that I use a lot. Like, one on top of the other. And I'm already out of rail signals, because I'm always out of rail signals. Did I double? I did already double how many rail signals I keep with me, and it's still not enough. Cool. At any rate, let's do the Z3 reagent. This is easy. This is 1 fluid station in and 1 fluid station out. Three things? 3 things. And those 3 things are phosphoric or phosphorus? Phosphorus acid. Carbonyl sulfide. And methanol. And then same here. And this is why I really need to set up one of these as, like, set up some standard blueprints for these, because they are, there's a lot of, well, error proneness, right? How many times have I screwed up the signals on these? But also just, we have to set the filters. and set all the requests, and it's very redundant work. Cool. And that is plugged in there. And then we're going to have a single methanol reactor hooked up to all of those things, making the Z3 reagent. Yeah, those inputs are terrible. Although I say that, that actually wasn't so bad. Absolute coincidence, but that could have ended up being a lot worse. Oh no, that's the output. Oops. So, that. And then the output here. Cool. And we will just get trains dispatched to this, and it will start buffering the stuff. And that'll be the Z3 reagent for whenever we need it. Lead containers is another one. So this is just a few solid things in, and then some assemblers and a single solid pickup output. And it can come right over here. Our inputs for this are lead antimony alloy, iron niobium alloy, and aramid. All of those are going to come out. And they are going to feed 5 automated factories, making lead containers. So all of these are pretty small quantities in. So I think we're pretty much just like that. Should be fine. And if it's not enough, we can throw on a couple more inserters. Not a big deal. Oh, these can be prodded. Maybe I should prod this. There's no reason not to prod this, is there? But it does mean that we, well, yeah, we technically need one more machine. Which means I'm going to have to grab one more assembler. Because I'm not going to have enough for fuel rods, which cannot be prodded. But each of these outputs a very small quantity. And that comes into a solid pickup station. Which will slowly accumulate what's needed. All right, so that'll be the containers. That's fine. As far as the requests go, I noticed that we're very low on lead antimony alloy because we're very low on antimony. Because, you know, of the silver issue. So I might end up hand delivering that to here. Just so we have some of these available. Although we wouldn't get a full delivery of them. I might. We'll see. We'll see what I have to do here to kind of get all this up and running. And then the last thing that we need is the fuel rod build. And the fuel rod build, I guess, can also be on this same set of stations, right? Like, may as well. So we're going to have a drop off here. And for fuel rods, we're requesting... Ooh, no, we can't do it here. Never mind. We can't do it here because we have a potential decay product. Not that we expect our plutonium-239 to decay rapidly, but it does decay. So I need a third station for the decay output, and we don't have the space for that here. So that means just another trumpet here, and we'll go down next to this and do the How are we doing on those power plants, by the way? Oh, we have 5 of them. Okay. We need to get a bunch of rail signals anyway. So let's go get the power plant done, and then we'll come back down, and we need rail signals, and I also need one more, because I added prod modules to this, I ended up using one more factory. So we need one more automated factory as well. So let's go up to the mall. We'll get our additional factory. We'll get rail signals. We'll grab the stuff to go fix power, because that's a problem. And then once power is hopefully restored, we'll go from there. And then lead is already researched, so we're just waiting for silver before we can actually do the new lead-silver build. Ooh, and look at that! We got fast inserters! Yeah! Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Let's do like... Let's do like that. That way I'm just not spending as much of my inventory space on the smaller pipes that I don't use as much. And honestly, because the range on the niobium pipe to grounds is so big, probably don't need 400 stacks of those either. But whatever, we'll leave those. Very low on rails. They're catching up on that slowly. Big electric poles are on the way. Cool. Oh, there's just no available robots to empty this because they're all busy bringing me things, I think. But this should get emptied soon, I hope. Oh, this is such a weird station. I'm sure I could have found better ways to do that so that, like... I don't know. Maybe not. We probably could have tried to do something so that we moved everything in waves, you know, rely on how inserter request logic works or something, or inserter filter logic works to transfer, you know, the top N items at a time. I'm not sure, but we did not do that. Where am I going? Where is that power plant? Over there. Yeah, let's go this way. All right. But yeah, so many of these don't have fuel right now because this is all screwed up. And that's where I'm kind of hoping we can do something with, like, one of these guys. Yeah, that's 7 items a second, so that part's fine. Yeah, we can already see these are all turning on as this drains, and it is draining, because, again, these only make 7 items a second. And actually, with only half a belt here, we don't even need, like... And I'm hoping that that will let more of the biomass through. Because ideally we want to back up on the fuel side of the belt, not the biomass side of the belt, right? I mean, this could probably be like 80% top up instead of a 90% top up. I don't know why I said it so aggressively. But like, each one of these crafts is only 150, so like this should run very, very rarely, but it should run occasionally. Like, we should see this drain in CO2. But it's not, because everything is backed up right now. Maybe I just put too much ash into the system initially when I, like, turned this on. And it's kept the whole loop from, like, properly closing. Anyway, this should help with our power, because if this has never actually been capable of running at full speed until just now, then that will have caused issues. All right. Seems okay. Yeah, we're sitting on lots of pressurized steam now, which means these guys should probably start to back up on hot molten salt soon. Not yet. Anyway, this seems like it's functioning better now, which is good. These plants are rebuilding their steam battery, which is good. I intentionally have too many of these, which is... And the goal with having too many of them is that we would pull from the steam battery when we started pushing up against the edge of our power. But it also means that we're not really necessarily going to refill the steam battery. Because, like, the system doesn't actually understand that. It's really hard to do, like, failover power in Factorio, unfortunately. All right, this looks like it's doing better now. I see a lot more... Yeah, the fiber's making its way almost all the way to the end. I think the power plant is fixed. That's, but we are pretty much right at our power capacity again. So if we want another, anything else really that uses a lot of power, we're going to have to get this blueprinted, which is not going to be cheap. Oh. That may also be part of the problem. Although, how were these guys able to get enough ash to do that? Yeah, I really must have just put way too much ash into the loop. I think that is what happened. Because, yeah, all of these are going to turn off. And look, there's over 1,000 logs in here. So I must have done just, like, dropped a stack of ash into each of these or something like that. And that was obviously way too much ash. Because, like, we're still not pulling everything through as quickly as I would like. Even with all of these running full tilt. Although, yeah, we are going to start backing up on the hot molten salt soon, so, like, everything should kind of slow down. I think it's going to be fine. It's just without a CO2 demand, like, a big chunk of our ability to sink the biomass is this furnace here. And that's not going to run with all of this turned off. But all of this does need to be turned off right now because we're way over full on logs. But as long as power demand remains reasonable for certain definitions of reasonable, then I think we can, this all should start backing up real soon, and it'll, yeah. We're going to start backing up on fiber sooner than later, and that will let everything else kind of do its job. Here, let's, there we go. Just lane balance this and merge that with this. Because in theory, this comes out lane balanced. The only reason it's not is because we're still fixing some of our issues here. I should probably do the same thing here with where we're merging this in. Except we don't have quite enough space there. I'm going to do the input priority on the right. It doesn't actually matter. Or shouldn't actually matter, but... we don't have a lane balancer here, like an output lane balancer, so this is all kind of whatever. But I expect that this whole system you know, because it now can turn all of this into ash and store it, like this belt should end up empty, because eventually we will back up here on fiber. But it's just going to take a little while for this belt to, like, fully fill up. Yeah, it's like halfway. Yeah. And once this fills up, this should drain its biomass. This will back up to here. All of this will back up again. And then when the system turns on, it should all merge correctly. Do I need a proper lane balancer here? Would that help? I don't know. I don't think it matters. It shouldn't matter once it's in steady state. It's just that we're still so far from steady state. Honestly, none of this lane balancing should really matter anyway, but it just helps me to see better where everything is going and why. I don't think this actually needs a priority on this one. I changed my mind. This one I do still want the priority. I want this belt to get pulled from first, and then this will back up, and then pull from here as is needed to get these fibers moving again. And I think that makes sense as far as, like, the prioritization of this. Again, it shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter. But cool. We are... I guess I'm just gonna leave this here then. Should this be an or instead of an and? Like, do we want to feed in more molten salt to the system so that these guys can all definitely back up on it? Or I guess it will. right? Because what'll happen is, like, every once in a while, this will pull a little bit through, and the various valves should fire. I don't know. I'm curious if any of these are going to end up red instead of yellow. Yeah, because it doesn't have enough molten salt. That's okay. That's what I thought, which means this needs to be an ore. There we go. And that still gives us like 8,000 units of flex space. Because, yeah, the system is full when, like, the whole right side is done and the left side is sitting at that, whatever. Well, now I'm worried. I mean, it seems okay. I mean, we could take this down to like 80 and like 85, just so it tries to be a little less aggressive. Yeah. I'm surprised that this got so full. That's my question. And it must be that some of these just dumped a bunch of salt out. Yeah. But it should, like, end up back in their inputs eventually. Alright, well, as long as this isn't going to add any more into the loop. I can always add another, like, buffer tank if I need to, but this we can definitely turn off at this point. There's plenty in the loop. I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to go back to 80 and 85 instead of 90 and 95. Because that will keep plenty in the system. Although this should pretty much be kept at 100 by all of these machines. So I think that's good. Yeah, none of these are blocked on salt output. The salt is sitting at a reasonable level. All right. I think we're good. And if we look, yeah, as soon as we stabilized it, it's stabilized. And we have a little bit more headroom. It looks like we can run up to, like, maybe 14. I don't think I trust the 19, but I think what'll happen if we push too close to that 19 number is, like, this side will stop being able to work as a steam battery because spikes in power will be handled differently. And then we'll end up having to just remove some of the extra turbines here so that we stop trying to use this as a battery and just use it directly. And that will be fine. All right, it's ad break o'clock again. We're going to go ahead and let the ad run. And when we come back, what's the next thing to do? It'll be something down here. Nuclear fuel rods? Yeah, fuel rods. Fuel rods, and then lead and silver processing. We might still be waiting for the tech on that, but I think we can get started on it at least. So I'll see everyone in a few minutes when we're back from the ad break, and we will jump into that. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for hanging around during the break. We are just waiting for... I could go probably now, but we'll wait for a few more rails because I know that I'm going to end up building a bunch of rails. I always do. And then we can head down and get fuel rods built. Cool. That is... oh, no. 30 more. Six more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2. Come on. There we go. I do need to get more Logibots over in this side of the world. There's still a lot of them in this network. Yeah. There's like 2,500 in this network, and they're hardly being used. Didn't I set something up with that to like... yeah, look at that. Okay. Before we go way south to do the fuel rods, let's run and let's grab those bots, and we'll get them added to the new mall network. Get them moved over. Because we really don't need Logibots in the old network anymore. It's just construction bots to tear everything down. So we can do that. And that Roboport that's next to that crate has a Logibot request set on it. So the Logibots should all just like keep migrating to that Roboport, and I can grab them, 1,000 at a time and bring them over here. Now we've got 2,900 Logibots on this network. Excellent. That is going to help a little bit when the system gets very busy. Especially when we schedule a big craft, right? And suddenly the bots have thousands of items that they need to move to one of the assemblers. We will be much better off with more bots there. So way down here. Oh, and the other thing I should do here while I'm thinking about it is asphalt. What's going on with how this works? These need to become chain signals, don't they? Because we don't want one coming here, waiting here, to block one coming across here. So this has become an intersection. Right, so now a train will wait here, and one across the bridge can go all the way across. Yeah. And the other thing I can do is ore eraser right here. Because we will never use that quartz. Just to keep things a little bit tidier. so here we need to build the fuel rod assembler. And that has one solid input. Which I think we're going to do as... Where did I do that recently? It was up here, right? Yes, this. I don't know. Just that much of it, I guess. And our inputs here are going to be coke and lead containers and plutonium-239. $239 and lead container. All right. Coke can come out here. And that's built coke. That has to go right down to a bunch of high pressure furnaces. Which, let's actually do it out this side. Changed my mind. High pressure furnaces. Nine of them, making graphite. And then the other things coming out of this are going to be the plutonium and the lead containers, and those are in very small quantities. And these both come right through here and are going to feed into 3 automated factories, making fuel rods. 0.2, 0.2, and 2. Okay. So like that, and like 2 of these guys. And the output is 0.2 a second. So then we're going to actually have 2 output stations. Because we're going to have one that's like the actual, what is this? Raw Nexolite. I do not care. Go away. We're going to have the fuel rods themselves. And then we're also going to have to take out, is it uranium-235 is the decay from the plutonium-239? Yes, U-235. At least that's what YAFC tells me. I probably could have found that in-game somehow, but... and then that will come right down here. I also need to make sure that any U-235 comes out this way. And at the end of this belt as well, any 235. Just comes around. That will be another solid pickup station right here. And the U-235 that comes out of this, I don't even know what to do with, because, like, we're not really set up to bring U-235 in from the outside world, although we could be. We absolutely could be. Also, what's the lifetime of U-235? It decays in an hour. Okay. So, like, ideally, I do want to bring in that U-235 and use it. But my concern is that it spoils quickly enough relative to how much plutonium is going to spoil, which takes, 400 hours, that maybe the right thing to do is to just let it turn to ash. And, like, yeah, that stinks, but I think that's what we got. A lot of this is hypothetical anyway, right? Like, the plutonium takes 400 hours to spoil, and 400 hours from now, hopefully, we will have changed some of our, nuclear setup, right? So I think, unfortunately, the best way to handle this is just to let it go to ash. But again, I don't think we're going to see this plutonium realistically decay for quite a long time. And even if it does, it will be such a small portion of it that does decay that... All right, that one's picking up coke. This one is delivering a second thing of plutonium because I let it request a second. Yeah, that was my fault. I messed up a signal wire and I didn't fix it, so it'll deliver some extra plutonium, but it should be okay. I mean, I can always just bring the excess back to the origin point by hand. We're not that far. Yeah. So this then is just waiting for these guys, and these guys are waiting for the lead antimony alloy. And the lead antimony alloy is blocked on antimony, which is blocked on silver. So we're going to need to get the silver up and running, hopefully in the form that doesn't need fuel rods. Hopefully we can get enough silver out of that process while the other side is being dedicated to lead, that we'll be able to see some things turn back on with the amount of silver we can make. Otherwise, we're going to have a bad time. What is this missing? It's missing boric acid. Why? Did I screw that up? No. Are we out of borax? It's not borax. We're out of... Eh? How are we... We are out of hydrogen. For reasons unbeknownst to me. Do I mean, we got this build that runs every once in a while. No, it doesn't. Well, it is now. But, like... Alright. We got this, which I hope has not been running. This doesn't... My radar is screwed up there. Which oxygen am I prioritizing? The oxygen from nitrogen production or the oxygen from hydrogen? Because I wonder if, like, we're backed up on oxygen and that's throwing off the hydrogen production, because this is all electrolysis down here. Yeah, look at that. Oxygen's backed up down there. Where else does hydrogen get made? Like, it's a byproduct of so many things. Like, I don't even know where to check in, like, does oil processing even output a lot of hydrogen anymore? I don't think it does. Not directly. Not in this form. No. Does tar processing spit out much in the way of... Yeah, but not... Apparently not enough. And, like, tar processing is running here, clearly, so... I don't remember which things actually output hydrogen. This one. Spits out a little bit. All right. So yeah, we might have to change something up where we're doing oxygen. I suspect that nitrogen is being... That oxygen from making nitrogen is being prioritized over oxygen from making hydrogen, and that's causing a backup. Maybe? I don't know. My radars are screwed up there, so I have to go look at it. It also seems like my syngas is potentially... So yeah, oxygen here comes out and is this all just one setup? Neither of these prioritized over the other? That appears to be the case, that all of the oxygen from both hydrogen and nitrogen, okay. Probably because at one point I thought of this as just a... oxygen build, right? And it would either spit out hydrogen or nitrogen as a byproduct, depending on what... Yeah. And I guess that's fine, but it does mean that we need more hydrogen. Because, yeah, this hydrogen from syngas, and I guess that means that syngas is starting to become a problem, which I shouldn't be surprised about, because, like, we've been doing a lot with syngas. Where is... Oh, it's not here. It's, coal to tar is what makes... Well, coal gas. And we do have a bunch of coal gas backed up. So, like... And yet... Oh, this is set up as an overflow. Okay. So that's fine. This runs on whatever coal gas we don't need for other things. And we should have very little demand for coal gas outside of syngas. Apparently a couple of places. Cadaveric arums need them. All right, sure. And it's used for mining aluminum. Okay, yeah. So like I said, very little demand for that. Yeah, the tar is empty, so basically all of the coal gas that comes out of running this should end up in... Oh, wait a second. Here's a problem. Why is there so little coal coming into this? I mean, we're making plenty of coal here. We're getting it out just as fast as we can manufacture it. Faster even, which is maybe the problem. Maybe we just need more coal. Just straight up baseline coal. That would be wild. Because, yeah, if this isn't keeping up and making enough coal gas to make syngas, how else am I making syngas right now? We've got this. This is my coke overflow, which makes syngas from coal gas doing coke to whatever. But this is a void. And should only be firing when we have excess coke. We've got syngas here from... excess coke oven gas. Okay. Sure. We've got dirty syngas to syngas from bitumen. And I could probably expand this, right? Like... And it pulls in oxygen, which would potentially allow more hydrogen to get made. But yeah, we could definitely look at the hot syngas path and expanding this, which also gives us more soot, and soot is sweet, sweet silver. And then obviously that would be coupled with potentially, well, this makes heaps of hydrogen. This can pull 200 syngas a second into like 130 hydrogen a second. So if we can feed it more syngas, we can make more hydrogen. so maybe this is the one to expand, is the hot syngas. I don't know what I have this currently scaled for, like how much bitumen it's pulling. So I'm not sure how feasible it really is to scale it further, but like, we can find that out. Sorry, let me zoom out a little further. So that's a little less obnoxiously loud in the background. Syngas via hot syngas. 50 bitumen a second was our scale. 250 syngas a second. 250. How much syngas are we consuming? Jeez. Okay. Well, if we go up to 500. We need what? We've got 3 boilers, so we need 2 more boilers. 2 of these, 3 of these, 2 of these, 1 of these. All right. Let's and as far as, yeah, the coke input, that's fine. For the coal power plant, I think we'll be good. All right, let's get all that. Whoop. I quite like the hot syncast thing. I think I scaled it to like 1500 a second. Okay. I don't feel bad doubling this then. And like 50 a second more bitumen is not a big deal for this. I mean, considering we've got this whole setup down here, which I'm pretty sure exists entirely to fuel this. Like, we have plenty of spare bitumen. So let's set up a chest down here, and we can get our requests in. Two more electric boilers, 2 multi-purpose crackers. Three quenching towers. Two wet scrubbers. And a heat exchanger Mark 1. Okay. This one. That should be everything we need to double the hot syngas build. And then as far as the outputs of the hot syngas build, I don't think there's anything weird here. I mean, we might have to double check that, like, is a blue inserter enough for, yeah, these inserters were way overkill for scaling this. So yeah, I think just doubling this is fine. All right, let's head down to the mall and collect all that stuff. And then, I don't know how I feel about relying so much on syngas to hydrogen, but, like, this at least is an easy fix. I think when I was looking through hydrogen options in YAFC the last time, and admittedly this was hundreds of hours ago, I think syngas to hydrogen was one of the cheaper ones. So, yeah. It feels a little wasteful, but syngas is cheap. That's what I have to keep telling myself. All right, that looks good. I mean, we can double check if there's any other sort of, we might have unlocked something with some better techs since, but like 150 syngas to 100 hydrogen is not bad. No, that just loops the hydrogen through the HCl realistically. Hydrofluoric, no. No. That's just a byproduct. Coal bed gas, hot air, and activated carbon directly into hydrogen. This one might not be so bad. It's a lot of hot air. Or naphtha and steam. Okay, this is new. We just got this. So I didn't have this when I previously set up hydrogen. Maybe? I think we do make more naphtha than we need. So potentially this one would be an option too. Or condensed distillates right into hydrogen from petroleum gas processing. Maybe. All right. Yeah, the naphtha or the condensed distillates might be decent options. If we look at our... Yeah, because we're backed up on naphtha right now, even. I should have a naphtha void, actually. Do I not? I do. Maybe it's too slow. And tall oil may or may not be the right thing. I'm going to scale hot syngas because I know that I have the bitumen for it. And then the naphtha recipe here seems like maybe a worthwhile option just because steam is free. If I remember, I might pop in the Discord and ask folks in the hard mode channel, see if there's a consensus on what the better options are right now. But considering I have extra naphtha, like, sure, just turn it into more hydrogen. Whatever. All right, this needs a water input reconnected to it. We will get to that. But we also need... that. What's the required temp here? 750. This gets up to like 1,000 or whatever. Yeah, this will be fine with 4 of these machines. Here, same deal. 1, 2 more. And then that already got built because I blueprinted that one. Okay, I think it's just this water input that I need to hook up. How much water do we use in total for this whole thing? 1.4 thousand a second. Okay, so it is a lot of water. So let's still do 2. 2 pumps. Because, yeah, this is like 300 a second. Each pump is 1,200. And yeah, everything up here uses 1,100. So that's all fine off of 1 pump and then 1 other pump for these. I'm fine with that. These are up to temp. These are up to temp. Which means this should all be running at that doubled speed. That it? Was it that easy? I love it when a plan comes together. All right. And then if this doesn't get enough hydrogen just like injected into the system, or enough syngas injected into the system for hydrogen to run further, then I will look at naphtha into hydrogen. But like, I'm gonna bet that we're just behind on syngas. Yeah. So a couple hundred extra syngas might be enough to just keep the whole system running, at least for the short term. And I am all about that short-term thinking. All right, looking at lead antimony alloy here. Right, I was thinking about that earlier, and I said I wanted to see if we could get enough silver kind of bootstrapped to not need the to hand feed anything, and see if the silver will bootstrap without the fuel rods. Yeah. I guess we can get started on the lead portion of the new lead build, where obviously we don't have the tech for silver yet, but we should have that in an hour or 2. I'm going to say probably 2. Which might end up being not this session, but we at least can get the lead portion of the new lead build done. And, I don't know, probably decommission the old lead. Actually, we could do that instead. We have an old tin build that needs to be decommissioned. Let's do that. Not the most exciting thing to work on, I know, but that's prime real estate in the center of the base that I could use for something else. So let's see how we can do it, getting this cleared out. Outputs, yeah, the stone is all there. Tailings, we've used all of the molten tin. I say that. We might get a couple more tin plates out of it. Let it run. And then this comes, oh, that goes way up there for really absolutely no reason. I'm not sure why I did that. I must have had something else here at some point that I took apart. Yeah. I don't know what, but something. We are probably gonna run out of inventory space here. So we might have to shove some things. Well, we'll just shove stuff into our trash slots. Hopefully with trash slots, we have enough inventory space to kind of disassemble this whole thing. Oop, there we go. Honestly, this whole weird side path should just get removed and reconnected normally. All right. Well, that's the end of my inventory. That took... All right, let's just drop something in here that I can use for some of this stuff. There we go. Clear out some... leave some of the useful stuff, I guess. And then all of this stuff just gets dumped right into, well, trash slots, really, where it will eventually end up in the mall to be reused. The circle of life. And then all of this track positions, we can just kind of leave these here. We'll, you know, whatever I end up using this real estate for later, we will have... we're going to need stations at, right? So we'll use, you know, the standard station positioning, whatever. And then this... All right, we'll have to come back for... Not sure. Let's, actually... Here. Let's wander over to the new tin build and let's drop some of this stuff up over there just so that, like, I don't really want to be throwing these intermediate tin things into, my trash slots. Because they'll end up in storage in the mall, and then they will never, ever, ever get used ever again. And, like, that's fine, I guess, but if we can deliver stuff over here where it's going to be more useful, then let's do that. All right, I'm not sure I can readily put graphite into this loop because there's no, like, buffer for it. I guess I could do that. I could put a chest in there just to, like, be able to empty graphite into it. Other than that, I think everything else here is just trash slot stuff. It's either buildings that'll get reused, or it's way too far west. Either buildings that'll get reused, or it's stuff that is just trash slot stuff, right? It's logs and stones and whatever else. And then the tin plates themselves can also, I guess, be trash slot things. Because those are going to be... there's use for tin plates in the mall. So it's fine if we throw tin plates into storage. All right. And that just leaves... Like I said, the tin plate can probably actually just go to the mall. Throw a couple of them in there. The graphite, I mean, I could put a buffer chest in the graphite line. How much does this make? 3 a second? Yeah. So, like... There we go. And now that'll just run here. This will only ever buffer 1 stack, so this doesn't ever get full. That's fine. Tin plate. You know what? Instead of taking that all to the mall in my trash slots, let's just put it right over here where we can use it. Because we've got stuff that uses tin plate right here. All sorts of electronic components that use tin. Cool. All right. Old tin is gone. That is 1 less weird old build sitting around. All right. I'm sitting on, I guess, way more belts than I usually sit on, huh? Yeah, that's part of the inventory issue. Bunch of rail signals, too. Okay. Well, that got us through part of the wait for the silver tech. But I do think it is just going to be spending some time laying out rail for a little while we wait for the silver tech, and then we can do the new lead silver build. All right, and if I wait right here, the bots should do a decent enough job with my trash slots. So, Yeah, this is still waiting for lead antimony alloy. And then this is waiting for those canisters. Yeah. The lead antimony alloy is still going to be waiting for antimony. I don't even have to look. I know that that is the case. Oh, it got antimony. It actually got antimony. The question is, if we look at, like, batteries, are they totally empty? Yeah. So I don't know if that delivery of lead antimony alloy, like, is this going to go to batteries or to lead containers? I have no idea. Although, what's the ratio? It does expand, so every antimony turns into slightly more of the alloy. So that's good. So, like, the one delivery of antimony should turn into 1.125 deliveries of lead antimony alloy. I'm not sure if that means we will get a whole second delivery of this or not, but all right, so that is going to batteries. Alas. So the next one will go to these things, though. Fuel rods. Lead containers, fuel rods. What else am I doing here? Z3 reagent, which we already are stocked up on. Excellent. We've also got... Oh, up here I never labeled tin. Let's do that. And I probably have an old tin plate label here that I need to delete. Cool. Is there anything else that I've done down here that has not been properly flagged? Dunno. All right, let's lay some track while we wait for this tech. At least kill a little bit of time laying track. Oh, I never did, Ah! Way too fast. There we go. Oh, it is at break o'clock again. I'm going to step away for a minute in that case, get myself a little bit more water, stretch my legs. I recommend you do the same while the ads run. When we come back, we're going to keep working on, like I said, some of this, just some rail stuff for a little while. Try to get some of this connected while we wait for the techs we need. Like, the rail has to get done, so spend a little time on it. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Yeah, we're just working on effectively killing time, but it will be, it'll be good to have more of this pathway done, because this is, getting from the mall to this part of the base is always awful. Like, I don't really have a direct highway path, so getting this done will be good anyway. Did I already run out of rail signals? Of course I did. I'm gonna have to grab like 1,000 rail signals and get them all placed at some point. But here, just getting this whole pathway set up to be able to be a proper highway for me. I could probably fix the blueprints for all this stuff so that, ooh. I didn't know there was another lake down here. This lake was not accounted for in the plan. Is it like a big lake, or is it just like a little bit? Okay, it's a pond. I'm not too worried about it then. Larger geographic features, I'm trying to, like this big lake I'm keeping. This big lake I'm keeping. I'm working around it. This big lake I'm going to try to work around. But this big lake, you can see we worked around. But this is pretty small, and I've covered up lakes this size before and built over them. So I think I'm just going to build right through here. Yeah, it's the length of only like one rail segment, so I think building right through there is fine. Now we wait. We let the bots do what they need to do. And then these two paths, I don't know if these are going to come all the way across to here, just all three of these, or if I want to do something different and bring all these together like sooner over to this. Certainly the top path comes all the way over, so we'll do that part. This connection here. But I'm not totally sure what the other part of it all will be just yet. Is that it? Do I have all my bots? Yes. Cool. So let's head over to the other side of this, and we'll start building from over here. Just because I'm not sure exactly what the horizontal like intersection line is, and I want to make sure that I don't. If I build horizontally from the east to the west, I'm definitely gonna miss. Looks like it was probably 2 segments lower, but it's just not worth messing around with. And then I don't even know how many, like, signals I actually need to put down here. Hundreds. There will be hundreds of signals that need to be put in. So we'll, actually, I can plan for that already, can't I? If I grab my buffer chest, where's my buffer chest? And I say, hey, rail signals, let's do like 500 of those. And that should, that'll give us a little bit more when I go up there to collect signals to come back and reconnect everything. We should have, hopefully we'll have enough in the buffer chest for what we're trying to do. I don't know if 500 is going to be enough. I picked a number at random, but certainly it means that we'll have plenty. Even if we don't get them all done in the first batch, by the time we have the next batch of them, we'll have enough. And I'm probably also going to have to go get more asphalt at some point, because we're going through that pretty fast as well. But I'm not worried about that. We have so much asphalt. It maybe is worth, and I talked about this the other day, and I kind of forgot that it's something I was thinking about, but it might be worth transporting asphalt from where it's currently being manufactured up to the mall. That way, I can just put it in my requests, and we will always have a couple of stacks of asphalt available to us. Oop, and I'm out of asphalt. All right. It's always nerve-wracking when I get to this point in a long rail run, not being quite sure if I maybe have an off by one error somewhere, and it always feels very nice to see things actually connect up. All right, let's head to the mall, because we do need well, we need more rail signals, obviously, and rails. And then we will also run over and grab asphalt, because we're going to need heaps of that too. Actually, maybe I should do asphalt first, because we're still going to be, like, buffering rail signals, right? Like, I mean, they're coming through pretty fast, but... yeah, this still wants, like, 100 more. Let's go this way first, then. Since we have all of this pretty much paved, and we can move through it pretty quickly, we can go this way. What is this? Zinc? Nickel. We will never mine this. Same with, what is this, copper? Yeah, we're not going to use this patch, especially not with the water there. That's not a useful ore patch to us. Do I want to leave? I'll leave the native flora for now. We probably won't use that native flora patch, but it's a big patch right next to rails, so if there is something that needs a bunch of native flora, it's relatively easy for me to build something over there. All right, where's asphalt? Don't remember. Over here. Asphalt. All right, let's grab a few thousand of that. Yeah, I don't know if I can easily get asphalt onto rails from here. This whole area is weird. A bunch of stuff over here is legacy and is not set up the way that I would set things up now. I think we could. If we grabbed this, I think if we went up one more here, I could put a station here for the asphalt. If I wanted to have it available in the mall, so I can just put it in my requests and stay stocked up. Silver is a little over half an hour at the current tech speed. All right. If that is done in about a half an hour, then I will do it tonight. But if science drops out again before it's done, then it probably slips to the next session. That's kind of where I'm at, thinking about that right now. All right, 300 rail signals. Let's see if it's enough. Somehow I don't think it will be, but... yeah, okay, and that's just all the landfill that we can get here. Landfill is something else that I need to start making on rails somewhere and delivering to the mall. Although maybe I just do it here from... yeah, it's stone, gravel, and soil, right? And we can make gravel from stone. So if I wanted to make landfill here, we could do that. We already have plenty of stone in the mall, so... All right, I'm just really waiting for rail is the main thing. Which I guess I could make easier on the bots by slowly moving myself to this side of the map where the rail is. Although now there's all those bots that made it all the way halfway across the map that are gonna try to be bringing me rail. But here we go. Now it's moving. What else can I get rid of in my inventory? There's some extra chain signals. I mean, I do have some extra of a bunch of other things, but like, whatever. We'll use up extra belts pretty quickly. I'm not worried about that. And then the other thing I should probably do is go along all of this and get it set up with radars. Let's grab 2 stacks of big electric poles in that case. Because if I'm going to be setting up radars, then I'm going to be running a lot of extra electric poles. May as well, Oh! This was just buffering more than it was supposed to. This hadn't been set correctly for its enable-disable. Alright, I think at this point, most of the ones that are en route to me are just kind of like randomly scattered around, like at weird charging stations. So I think we've got plenty of rails to do what we need to do. I should have some radars if I can find them. Yeah. So I'm not too. I might run out of big power poles realistically before I run out of anything else on this. Oop. That's probably going to be a thing for a little while. As I just run up and down this, the bots are going to keep seeing places where there's no places where we're missing signals or something like that. Also, a little further north, I apparently ran right past... No? Okay. Maybe I just moved past so quickly that the radar hadn't updated. Is that possible? But yeah, as I kind of go along this path more, the bots are going to have plenty of like signals to place and things like that they might still be gaps in the signals over time, just because I'm moving past so fast and all the bots get assigned and then I'm out of the construction zone, so they won't unless I'm deliberate about making sure that they construct everything on the way by. If I'm just zipping through, I'm going to leave stuff, and the bots will have to do it after. That's what I was trying to say. Words are hard. And it's not really a big deal, like if a signal gets missed on these long, straight sections, right? Like, if a signal gets missed, then a train might wait a little bit longer than it has to. Like, yeah, that slows down our overall throughput, but it's not, like, broken in the... Oop! And we've lost our deconstruction up here. So let's re-grab that. Let's refresh. Does this one need to be refreshed? Yeah, I see stuff here that's not marked anymore. Refresh that. Refresh that. Over here. Yep, same thing. Refresh these. Not that there isn't, like, plenty of stuff in here for the bots to deal with, but, you know. It's nice to just make sure that it's all still staying marked. Uh-oh. I lost a bot. There it is. This is actually going to be nice because looks like going vertically here, we're going to be pretty close to the side of this. So we should have no problem getting power hooked up for these last few. See, that doesn't do what I wanted. It only shows the radar outline when the only thing I'm holding is a radar. It doesn't work right with copied and pasted. With more than one thing. Oh well. It's not that hard to drag and drop the power poles. I was just hoping to be lazy. And maybe one more? All right. That is connected. What a pain in the butt. All right. But that should make it easier for us now to go up and down from the mall to this region of the map, which is something that has been tedious for us until now. So this will save us a bunch of time moving forward. All right. So what's the next thing that needs to be done? How is hydrogen doing? That's a question. And syngas, both, I guess, because we were low on syngas, too. We still need a lot of syngas. All right, this uses 100 syngas per second just on its own. But we did turn on like 250 a second. Were we 150 deficient without even that? Ooh, are these not all running correctly? Oh, they're not all running correctly. Look at that. I missed a thing. Okay, I gotta go fix that. Drop those pipes off. Because, like, this is only running at half speed. We didn't actually get the upgrade done because we missed those pipes. Ugh. That's a weird layout. Like... Yeah. I don't love that, but... Quenching towers, not as bad as DDCs, but they still have weird side inputs and outputs, and... Yep. Alright. Now this whole setup should be working. That's very loud. All right, let's get away from there. How'd we do on lead antimony alloy? Yeah, we didn't quite get a second delivery, which is what I thought was going to be the case. What is this? Oil sand? Okay. Did I make this ethylene glycol a priority delivery? I think I did. I did, yeah. So whenever we have silver available, it will come here first. And that will, you know, go on to the Dowfroth 250 and to antimony. All right, well, since syngas hadn't actually properly been doubled, it's hard to judge anything right now. But we can give it a few more minutes just to see if we start to catch up on syngas demand. Because if we do start to catch up on syngas demand, then we will then we'll be able to see if being caught up on syngas demand is enough to help hydrogen run at its required level, or if we need to look at like the naphtha to hydrogen or something like that. Because hydrogen is also not doing great. But this seems like it's, yeah, this is shipping out syngas very quickly. Which is fantastic. There's what we want to see. Oh, that would also help. I need to fix that in the blueprint for this, so these don't have a train limit of 1 by default. Probably the same thing is down here at hydrogen from syngas, right? Does this have a train limit of 1? Yes. And we are sitting right on the edge of power here. Okay. What is the maximum that this can do? 9.5 gigawatts. Yeah, and you can see that it's like, it's got things ratioed wrong, right? It's trying to run too many of the Mark 1 turbines normally, and it's flapping. And that's because, again, this was set up to be able to be a steam battery and to have some backup. So we would need to start pulling turbines off here until they're all running, like, consistently full power. Which I think is what we're going to do. Let's go turn off some turbines. I probably do need to make another Mark II power plant. You know, throw another, whatever that is, 10 gigawatts in the whole build. But for now, if I can get it stable with just, like, fixing sort of the ratio of these, so it's not trying to run too many of these at once, and is willing to run the other one more consistently. Right, you can see it's still... It's turning up the other one on and off, right? It's only running it at like 9 gig average instead of 9.5. There we go. Now it's running it consistently, much more consistently, and these ones are cutting out less often. So we still don't have enough power, but, like, this is the more reasonable, steady state situation. And I think there's just one of them down here, which is part of geothermal, if I can find where I put geothermal. Where is geothermal? I thought it was around here somewhere. Geothermal. There's geothermal. It's being pumped in this direction. Oh, no, I changed it. That's right, I moved it. I forgot I moved it. I moved it so long ago. Here's geothermal. But no, geothermal is running... Geothermal is what runs the other power plants. That's right. I redid this so geothermal only runs the other power plants. And as we can see, we have plenty of capacity there. So where are the... There's 12 there. This tells me there's 13 of... Oh, I know where it is. I think there's one of them. Nope, never mind. I was like, there's like weird old shale oil stuff that I was trying to do at some point. That's not it. All right, let's just factory search. Entity. One of them. Right here. What are you? What is this? Oh! I vaguely remember this. All right, this is, I mean, we could just disconnect that. And then it should say 12 again. Will it figure out that there's only 12 now that I turned that one off, or do I actually have to go? All right, I might actually have to go. All right, this seems like it's sitting at about as much as it can actually run. 10 turbines off of, I don't know, 8 of these modules. I don't know if that's quite right or not. I don't really care. It seems like we're pretty, maybe we're building up extra steam, so maybe we throw in like one more. Not that I think one more is going to save us, but all right. Yeah, we need more power. That means this whole thing has to get duplicated. Cool. Let's look at this. Biomass power. What do we need to still hook up in here? We have pressurized water is a thing. We have biocrud, which comes from agar spoiling. Agar. From seaweed. Which seaweed recipe are we using? 1. And seaweed module 1s? Yes, seaweed module 1s. Okay. And we need to make tree seeds as part of our loop. Did YAFC just crash on me? Oh, YAFC just crashed on me. When was the last time I saved that? I don't think I saved that at all tonight because I'm an idiot who doesn't know how computers work. Honestly, YAFC has been, for the most part, super reliable. It's very rare that it dies on me. AMD GPU failed to allocate about 2 megabytes from the 32-bit address space. Yeah. So it's like a graphics something issue. But I'm surprised that that leads to a seg fault, considering it's a managed application. Like, well, let's, yeah, this is missing a bunch of stuff that we did. What a pain. Let me get the capture fixed. There we go. So big thing is we changed this to 30. Save it. This is missing the silver parts. And the other part is lead silver solution to silver plate. Obviously, these are not ratioed at the moment, but that's fine. We don't have to mess with that. Fuel rods, we actually did it 0.6 a second. Save that. Nuclear samples, again, 0.6. And the only capture we're doing is the 241 and 242 one. Everything else is decaying. Allow overproduction. Yeah, we do make slightly too much 238 now. That's fine. And then the U-238 just spoils. That's fine too. Oh, and the rest of the plutonium actually is spoiling. Here we go. That's what I missed. Do not allow overproduction. Let it spoil, and let it spoil into more uranium oxide. There we go. The 234, the 236, the 238. That looks correct for what we ended up building. 74 of these guys, 4 of these guys. Yes, that's what we built. Uranium fuel cells, nothing changed. Z3 reagent, nothing changed. Carbonyl sulfide, nothing changed. These are the old silver and lead plate. That's fine. There might be things that I added to this. I don't remember if I made any other new pages, but we're going to re-add our biomass power. Electricity from steam turbine. Exactly one of them. Pressurized steam. Nope, not one of those. How far away am I from thermosolar? I know the answer is far enough away that I need to build more biomass, but like... Is the answer far enough away that I need to build more biomass? Do we let ourselves limp along right on the edge of not enough power? Like, what do these need? Mirrors. That's not awful. Yeah, each of these needs mirrors and trackers. What's a tracker made out of? It's all stuff I have. That's fine. Intermetallics, mechanical parts, steam. I mean, let's just... for the lulz. Yeah, 2.4 LFR power plants is what it says. Although, how are the panels used in this? It says place several of these in a row to improve the temperature. Is that a... Is it explained in... Is there a thermosolar entity? LFR panel and Stirling dish concentrator both use sunlight to warm up molten salt. The higher temperature molten salt can then be used to generate electricity via the LFR power plant. Adding more panels or concentrators will increase the speed at which the salt is warmed, and therefore the speed at which the power plant will be able to operate. Each LFR panel adds 600 kilowatts of heat to the molten salt stored inside of it, and the Stirling dish concentrator, blah, blah, blah. The temperature of the molten salt does not automatically equalize between entities. Instead, you must continuously pump the cold salt into the hot salt. The other panels contribute to the heating of the salt that goes into the power plant, even though it may take a while for the system to reach a steady state. Both the LFR panel and the Stirling dish concentrator are disabled during nighttime. They will have 100% output even with a small amount of daylight. There is no fall off. The ratio between power plant and panel is 46.2 panels per power plant. Okay. So, and this says we need to run one turbine. Is 2.4. So say it's 5 or 2.5. So 2.5 of these, if we wanted to here. I don't know if we're gonna have the right recipe show up. Yeah, here we go. LFR panel. So whatever 46.2 times 4.8 is, but like the reality is it's 46.2 times 5, right? Just plugging this into my calculator. Yeah, 231, or I guess 230 each. Yeah, if we want to run 5 of these exactly. And clear the fixed building count there. This 0.08 extra turbines can go to like, I don't know, is that enough for our electricity input so it can power itself? Like maybe we hook up that overflow to the same grid that our biomass, our geothermal is on. And then there would be, what, 46.2 times 5, 231 of these. That is a weird number, but I assume that that is because of how the hot and the cold sides work, where we need to like feed what am I trying to say? The consumption per second for each one isn't necessarily the same because of how they change the temperature. All right, but we're not here yet. So as much as I would love to build this giant 20 gigawatt thermosolar plant, and we might do it sometime soon, we need power now. So we're gonna leave this for now, and we're gonna do biomass power. We're not gonna use the LFR. We're just gonna use good old steam turbines and biomass running off of fiber with efficiency modules with fiber from all of this, with trees happening here, with logs happening from this recipe, and then ash comes from biomass. Not there yet. Can't link that yet. CO2 also from biomass, with supplemental CO2 from the moondrops. And then tree seedlings with moss from Moss 1. Muddy sludge the old-fashioned way. Soil the old-fashioned way. Now I should be able to link the biomass. And we just need the tree seeds in a factory, and it'll rebalance itself. There we go. That's all good. Oh, pressurized water is pressure pumps. And then the biocrud is agar spoiling. Agar from seaweed. Seaweed from seaweed 1, because apparently I decided that just building 50 seaweed farms was the way to do this. And then all of that is water pumping. All right. Cool. And I'm assuming I had this with an electric boiler. Let me double check how I'm doing that. Yeah. Yep, and this is on the secondary network. Okay. So I think that's everything that I need now in YAFC. I mean, it's ZI and it makes 9.5 gigs of power, and I think that's correct. So let's export this to, nope, shopping list. We'll put that in a requester deposit because it has a lot of stuff. We'll drop that in here. One entity is missing materials for construction. That's fine. I probably don't have requester deposits allowed yet, though. Oh, I do. All right, it'll figure itself out then. It'll either get made. Yeah, it'll get made here. If we don't have any of them yet, and apparently we don't. And then it's going to request all sorts of stuff, which may or may not be in the logistics network. Oh, this shows everything is 0 in logistics storage, which is obviously a lie. Some of these, I'm sure we must have some things in storage. It just shows them all as 0 until the building is actually built, I guess. Well, while we're waiting for that, let's check up on... Okay, we are finally catching up on syngas demand. That's looking much better. So turns out doubling the syngas for realsies actually did help. And then if we check on hydrogen, how's that looking? Still not great. We still have a lot of demand for hydrogen. Obviously, we'll let this run. We'll see if we catch up. I think a lot of those things that use hydrogen use it in fairly low quantities. It's just by the time I realized hydrogen was broken, it was really broken, which is, you know, the usual story. All right, yeah, there's a bunch of these that are already set for delivery. Beautiful. We know that red boiler or red biomass thingies, yeah, we already have in the allow list. I do have to add high pressure steam turbines and heat exchangers, which are apparently not here. They are in fusion energy. Of course they are. All right, what else does this need that maybe isn't in the allow list? I mean, efficiency modules, okay, I have those in my inventory. High pressure furnaces should be in the allow list. This looks like it got most of everything else that it needs. It might not get all of the... Oh, it is going to get all of the moss even. Wow. And all of the seaweed. There's a lot of that in storage. So it's really just a matter of waiting for all the power plants, waiting for some high pressure furnaces. Yeah. And like, I say just a matter of, as if it's not going to take quite a bit of work. But... Why does this think there's no... Oh, no, there is stainless in the network. Yeah. There's steel in the network. They just aren't on the way yet because all the bots are busy. Yeah. All right. And then this guy... What are you waiting for? Lots of stuff that's in Logi storage. We're just waiting for the bots to get around to it. Okay. I am reasonably happy with that then. Biomass plant Mark 1s need to run for a while. This has everything available. We know everything's available for this because we already made some of these. So I think... Other than just needing to wait for them all to actually catch up to all these requests. I think this is good. I think it's all gonna craft fine. So I'm happy with that sort of state of the world. And then... What else? I mean, I think that's pretty much it. Oh, and silver. We ran out of science waiting for the silver build, so. All right, well, I think I'm going to call it here for now. What else can I... Where am I? That's a question. Literally, where am I? Right here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab some more, some of the Logi bots out of the old mall and move them over to the new mall, since I am right here and I have space in my inventory. That'll just help the new mall to be a little bit more effective with these thousands and thousands of item requests. And then we're going to wrap up for tonight. And then next time, whoops, that was the wrong path south. Next time, we'll get silver done as soon as the science is done. We can probably start the build next time. And then the science will finish up just in time for us to add the various recipes to the buildings. And we will also try to get another power plant done, because we're just sitting right on the edge of not enough power. You know, we did just turn on 3 more particle accelerators, which great. But also, you know, some extra centrifuges, which are also not cheap power-wise. The uranium mines are running. That's 700 megawatts, apparently. So, yep. And then hopefully this is the last time we need to make a biomass power plant, and the next ones are going to be thermosolar. Because thermosolar's fun. That's legitimately... I just want to do thermosolar because thermosolar is fun. Like, it's going to take up a bunch of space. It's silly, just like in the real world. But I have spent too many hours playing Fallout New Vegas to skip thermosolar. That's the reality of the situation. All right, thanks very much, everybody, for watching. As always, I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I stream Factorio most Tuesdays and Thursdays at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And I've got other stuff going on Wednesdays and Fridays. Right now, for the most part, it's been Alchemy Factory, but I do rotate the non-Pyanodons games around, and Pi stays pretty constant in its time slot. Yeah, thanks again, everybody. We'll be back next week with getting the silver build finally done and with fixing power. I'll see everybody then.